Good morning. It's Sunday morning again. Time for another coding stream. Something must have got on auto merged. Yeah. All right. So today, take a sip of coffee. I was thinking that it's time to look at deploying Daily Joule again. Oh, interesting. Why did the music completely went away? I don't know. Somehow. Okay, there we go. Feels like the key that I used to unmute the mic muted the audio. Yeah, whatever. Anyway. All right. It's time to deploy this thing. So this has changed. I've already made a change. I was let's take a step back, right? So before, if we switch over to the right tab here, the right window, we had a Docker image that was being built, and then we had a deployment in GitHub to deploy said image. Let's see, I guess we need to go view logs. Oh, it's too long ago, can't see that anymore. Well, anyway, I mean, it looks similar to what's here, in that we SSH into the server, we rsync the contents of the infrastructure folder from the repository, and then we use that because our infrastructure folder has like a Docker Compose file and some other stuff that we use to coordinate. I guess technically we rsync the nginx.conf, but we don't use that. That gets included in the container, right? How does this work? Oh, no. So we map it. Okay, so that does need to be copied. Let's think about that. Maybe what we should do. So, a couple things to figure out, right? So, right, train of thought. So the way it worked before was we had a single image that was getting built. That was the web app. All right, and so that refers to this web app image, which in our deploy.sh gets set. I thought no. In release.yaml, are we setting that here? Image name deploy.sh Docker somewhere. How does it work? Where does web app image come from? Oh, it's right here. So it's the argument to deploy.sh. Okay, we're getting there, right? And so that's this. I see. Okay. That's interesting. I think that may interfere with... I don't think this is strictly necessary. If we always push... Like, the point of this... So I'm going to eventually get to the point here. So release.yaml is a GitHub action workflow, and the purpose of it is to take the code at a specific basically to take a release or a pre-release from GitHub and run this job. And this job essentially does Docker build on the contents of the repository. I have some changes here, so it does it multiple times. We're not there yet. But what this had been doing is essentially running Docker build to make a Docker image, and then doing some SSH stuff to signal to the server where we're deploying to essentially pull that image. What I was just going to say was that this is like very specific. It's like this specific version, like this tag that we just built should be what's deployed. But I think, at least in this context, more generally speaking, the one I'm about to say would not necessarily be a good idea. But I think in this context, the latest image that we're going to build, or perhaps images, which is where I'm going with this, would be fine. And so we may not need this parameter. And we can essentially, we can put like ghcr.io, Sabin, Daily Jewel, whatever, in there, latest. So we may do that. And the reason I'm looking at that right now is that, right, okay, so where we're coming from. So we had an image, just one image, and that was the result of running like the Next.js build process to give us a combined front end, back end thingy that you just ran via this Docker file. Oh, it still has the Next.js. Oh yeah. So this was the Docker file that we made for Next.js. So this all has to go away, or it has to change significantly. We don't need this stuff. Although, why do we have it twice? Anyway, doesn't matter. A lot of the Next.js stuff is going away because we're not using Next.js anymore. But it's probably going to make sense to have the build process, aka the GitHub Actions workflow, build multiple images, right? So we'll do an image that contains, well, we have options, right? So I think it'll make sense, though, to have an image that contains the front end code, so like the compiled JavaScript from our Typescript. And that build process is handled by vite, right? So in the client package.json, we have a build that runs TSE and vite build. So if we just had, so two things I'm thinking of here. So right now in Docker Compose, just ignore certbot. That's a thing that's not used all the time. But we have a proxy service and we have a web app service. So one thing that comes to mind would be to essentially keep this proxy here and leave this all as is, and then have a front end service and a back end service. And that front end service would use an image that contains essentially just the static files compiled from client, so from vite build. And what would the good of that be? So we'd either need to bundle, we'd build off of an Nginx package and have Nginx twice, which seems weird, or we could use that image as I think we could just mount that image, or alternatively, right, well, let me continue the thought. And so we'd have proxy front end and back end, and back end would just be the back end image that would have our expressjs server, the thing that we built recently. And this would stay as is, and we would update nginx.conf to send some traffic to the back end and some to the front end, so each container. So we could do that. Or a thing that I'm liking more right now, especially as I'm kind of talking through this, what we could do is actually get rid of proxy and have a front end service. And then the Docker file for the front end would be based off of like the Nginx container, let's say. And inside of that, we would set up the nginx.conf. So we would stop having it be inside of the infrastructure folder, or at least we wouldn't be copying it. Yeah, think about where I would want to. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But essentially, do build an image based off of Nginx that we would run vite build somehow. Let's see, how would that work? I think we have an example, right? So we could do something like as base, and then yeah. So the last step for a backend or a front end Docker file would be like from Nginx, and then we would have a copy from builder for the front end resources built by vite build into it. And that would be the Docker file for the front end. I think that makes sense to me. And of course, the back end we also need. I think I started doing something like that, but this didn't go anywhere to do. So yeah, we'll probably. What is this file used for? It's not used for our local dev Docker compose. No, we use docker file.dev, right? Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this file and I'm going to put it in dockerfile.backend as a start. And I'm going to don't save that. Delete that file. And we'll do a file called dockerfile front end, and that'll be where we build the front end image. And then let's see, where did that? I guess I closed deploy.sh. There we go. I guess we'll leave this in this folder. It's fine. It'll get copied by the rsync for the server setup thing. But I think my plan is to bring that file like into the front end image. Okay. Right. So I think that's the plan, which is essentially to have a front-end Docker image and a back-end Docker image, and then update the Docker Compose, the one that we're deploying, to use the front-end Docker image for proxy, and use the back-end one for web app. We could change the name of the services if we wanted to. What are there any implications? I don't think so. It should be relatively straightforward. Like if we I mean that's an attempt, Copilot. It's infrastructure. Look, could you? I mean that's also close, but not quite. Is that where we want that file? etc nginx.conf. Yes, checks out. It's not spelled right. There, okay. So that's the start, right? What else do we need to do in this file? So we want to, how does one, Can we do from yeah, as builder? Run vite build. Interesting. I don't think I want to do that. Read this to understand why libc 6 compat might be needed. While we're building, well, we'll see. I mean, I think I'm gonna copy paste this. Is what I'm gonna do. And then what we'll do is we'll say from this as depths, from depths as builder. And so my understanding is this essentially gives us a layer in which we built, like, essentially we have run npm install in that layer, so that if the preceding things are all the same, then we won't redo it on the next build, which is probably a good thing. We don't, I mean, if we say from depths as builder, then we shouldn't need to copy. Oh, we do. Huh. What is this supposed to do? Isn't there a Copilot thing? Explain this. There we go. I don't think I've tried using Copilot like this to have it explain something. In this case, the copy command is being used to copy all files and directories from the current directory to the root directory of the Docker image. Well, that makes sense. Do I want to do that? And why would it do it in this order? This doesn't seem right. Right, this seems backwards, doesn't it? That we'd be copying from the depths, and then are we overwriting? Like, this seems like we should be doing it the other way around. Like that. We're not using XJS, so that's... I mean, it's a reasonable guess, Copilot. We're essentially copying the lines from this over, so why not do the next one? And then... As runner, we're not doing anything special there, so it's just the last one, I guess, that is the one that becomes the final image. So I guess we're just gonna do this as a runner. let's take a look at our Nginx config. Okay, we're going to pick a place to store the actual static resources. Not in here though, because this is port 80, so this is our HTTP endpoint. Okay, so things that are going to change. So we're going to change this so that /API gets routed to the backend. And then yeah, something like that. Good enough, maybe. Copy from builder so I don't know. I guess, you know, what we should try is we should try running vite build. Just need to be in client, right? Package JSON. Is this gonna work? npm run build. I don't know that I've actually tried this yet. For this app anyway, since we set this up. Oh, it's got some issues. And I normally like to start on errors from the end, but let's look. Okay, I mean, some of these are reasonable things. This is not. Because we do have that set. It's just in the directory above us. I wonder if this is going to cause us problems. Maybe what we should do is just get rid of the TSC. I think this is also not going to work, but let's find out. Some chunks are larger than 500 KB. Well, that's something we probably want to address at some point. Okay, but we did a build, and that ended up inside of dist. Okay, so now we know where things are going to be. They're going to be in app client dist. And builder. So we're going to run workdir app client. Okay, something like this maybe might work. So we build a deps image that has our npm, our node modules all set up, and then we build a builder from deps that actually runs the vite build. And then we set up our runner image, and we copy nginx.conf, and we copy from builder. And we shouldn't need to do anything else here. We don't need to set up like a command or anything, because that's all set up in the nginx base image. Maybe this works. What if we were to, do they have Docker runnable from here? Docker build -f docker file dot front end. Is it -f? Nope. Oh, it's not dash anything. Or is it? path URL. I mean, path is just dot, right? The current directory. But we want to override the name of the Docker file. Okay, it is -f. So we're just missing dot. So let's find out if this actually works. In the sense that the command succeed. It builds an image. I think it will, it won't be runnable because I think, maybe, but it's expected to be run in a context where we're mapping in certs and certbot into certain places. And I think it won't successfully start without those things, the way the Nginx conf is set up. So that part is not gonna, I don't think we'll be able to run the image here locally without some extra work. But that doesn't matter anyway because I cannot find package vite.js plugin react SWC. Do we, I mean, we have a top level node modules here. What day is today? Hold on. Client node modules. So if we were to npm install here, how does npm install work with multiple packages? Okay. So this strategy I see. Okay. Yeah, this isn't gonna work in a setup where we have multiple npm packages. What we're gonna do instead is we're gonna ditch all this. We're gonna we'll keep this, but we're gonna get rid of this copy part, and we're gonna move this over to here. This should work. From need to rename that. There we go. So this is it running npm CI on the copied contents of the directory. I'm hopeful that this will not take the whole stream today, but we're gonna find out. Binding's not found. What does it mean? In main.tsc, huh? TSX. Interesting. Are we doing, let's go back to the Docker file. So now we are copying the directory into app. We are running npm CI. I guess that is technically different than what we're doing locally, where we're just running npm I. And then we're going into client and running npm run build. We should be using npm CI. It's possible that npm CI is not installing something the same way. Let's just try Googling this. Okay. So this won't, assuming this is an issue, say with stuff being in node modules out here in Windows land, and then we're essentially copying it, this won't be an issue in the actual build process. What's a PowerShell command to remove all node modules folders recursively? Yeah, that looks about right. Git child path dot include node modules recurse force. I believe that is the right command. Let's new deploy. Let's make a branch and save what we've got so far. What is change in package? Okay, we changed that. We added that. You can kind of see I'd already, before the stream, had a sense of what I was going to do with the front end and back end images. So this seems to be the way to effectively do that. So instead of having the image just be essentially the name of the repository, which is what that environment variable I guess still is, although I think I'm not using that anymore. Oh, well, I technically am, but we'll probably stop using it. Instead, lost it. Okay. Essentially, we'll do the steps. Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay, we're gonna. Yes. I think we'll have 2 jobs here. Anyway, so this is work in progress. But okay, so first steps for new deploy process. Let's save that before I run a AI generated PowerShell command. Now, taking a little while makes sense. Fairly confident this is not going to wipe my hard drive. Okay. All right. And we're going to try this again. Maybe this will work this time. If there aren't any existing... Okay, so it wasn't that. Good to know. Right, so right now, if I look in client, oh, maybe it's, no, this should be fine. Let's delete these things though, these .stpc files. was I saying before? Oh yeah, I hope getting this deploy going won't take the whole stream. There are other things, lots of, there's an unending number of things to do for any project, but lots of issues. Same thing. Okay, back to things. Okay, people saying that version upgrades. What version of SWC Core are we on? I guess we're pulling that in via SWC plugin emotion. Do we think a minor version from 69 to 70 is gonna do anything for us? Guess it can't hurt to find out, but I'm gonna keep on looking. Okay, let's skip to the end. We all right. These the log files now out of date. Okay, so npm install. June 20th. Ooh, so bright. Came across the same error. Couldn't find any work solutions. Well, that's not gonna happen. We got some kind of vite configuration file, right? Let's see if miraculously this minor version update fixes things. Yeah, plugins SWC and plugin emotion. So that's interesting. Vite React SWC bindings not found. Let's focus our search around Docker. Interesting. The -d would be unnecessary, but we could try it. Wherever that Docker file is. There it is. We can do that here. I have a suspicion. We'll try this though, and then if this works, then I have a hint. Okay, so I think this just means we're missing a couple of things in our package.json that managed to get installed somehow at some point and aren't. In fact, I bet if we repeated the process of running npm build from client now, that we've deleted folders and deleted all the node modules and ran npm install again, it would probably fail locally too. Let's try running. Let's try adding these things to our dev dependencies. I mean, maybe this is not going to fix it. Hey, Brainless Society, how's it going? Really? SWC core is that right? SWC CLI, npmjs.com. Docker, love it. It's pretty good. Interesting. So at SWC CLI 0.1.62, SWC CLI okay, well, whatever. Manually running it in here seemed to fix things, so maybe if we add it to package.json, we'll have to run npm install again to make sure log files are updated. Hopefully that'll work. Yes. So currently trying to get vite to build inside of our front-end Docker file. Just kind of splitting the stack now that we're not using XJS anymore. So we'll have two separate Docker files, and our GitHub action will build both of them, maybe. That part I still have to come back to, but let's see. I'm trying to remember. So I changed how we were doing things to do with the dependencies here. Was that because of this issue, or was there another issue? What was the motivation? Because if it was trying to solve the same issue, then we could probably go back. No, it was because of... Oh. I wonder if we should try to go back to having a separate... Oh, this looks like this is working. Try to go back to have a separate layer for the depths so that this build is faster. Let's give it a shot. So this becomes depths again, and then we want to do from depths as builder, and then we want to move this stuff oh, right. So part of the issue is that because we're using npm packages, we don't just have one package.json. I suspect this is not going to work without pulling in all of the... you have a tip. One tip, I saw the Docker file really quick, so maybe you accounted for it already and I didn't see it, but instead of copy.dot npm install, it's recommended to copy right. That is exactly what I'm talking about right now. So the issue is in this project, we have multiple package JSON. So at the top level, we're using workspaces. That's the word, workspaces. So how does one do npm install by just copying the package JSON and the package lock JSONs in an environment where you have workspaces and you have multiple packages? Can we copy package star.json to dot, but then also copy */*? Does that work? Let's just try it. Okay, so now we are copying thing. Oh, we need work dir. I think so. And then copy from deps. So this is also lacking because there are node modules inside of each of the packages as well. So I think this is gonna break things, but don't know if we don't try. Okay. They're not in sync. Okay. npm hi. Nope. Didn't like that. Can we see what's going on in this image that we're building right now? How does one use this tool? Maybe I should refresh. Created. Nope. Okay, never mind. I mean, copy package star.json should work, right? Oh, I bet this doesn't preserve the path. Like this copies. Hold on. Let's just docker copy command. How do you work? Here's a Docker file reference. That'll be good. Copy. Oh, heck no. They're not optimized Docker file at all. Oh no. I'm sorry. That's too bad. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like, is there a way to, I mean, I could do this, right? So we could just, I don't like the idea of doing this, but we could do like client. We could do that for every single package. But this introduces a maintenance problem, right? Where now I have to, whoops, there we go. Copy. Every time I want to add another package, I would have to remember to update this too. But will this work? Oh, we don't want mock anyway. Say, yeah, it's not really ideal. No, it's not. But does it work? Because if this doesn't work, I'll probably just go back to what I was doing before. The issue is that there doesn't seem to be syntax to like recursively find files, but mirror the directory structure. At least my, 30-second look through of the docs didn't make that obvious. All right. Yep. Now, is this going to work, or do I need to do more copies from deps? I suspect I may need to. Let's see what happens. I guess it works. All right, so now we have an image that has Nginx and our Nginx config and our static build. And maybe is configured right to serve it. So building front end Docker file that builds. Just wanna keep that. And let's make a little bit of room here. We don't need that over there. So I think that's it for the front end, hopefully. We're gonna come back to the GitHub Actions because this still needs some work. I don't quite know how this framework works. Do you build every single monorepo once something changes? Yeah, this is not set up to do, like, what you could do is you could have it so that you have none of these packages are being published to like npmjs.com or another registry like that. They're not like publishable packages. They're just a way for me to like organize code. So yeah, effectively what's happening is more like, let's see, if we look in client and we look in source, yeah, there you go, app.tsx, you'll see places where we're like referring to common. So there's a common package. It's just like another word. It's utils. It's things I don't have a better name for the package I put in common. So yeah, effectively that does mean that I'm not also like running Typescript on the packages. Like there are optimizations. If this were like a bigger project, you could potentially like pre-build the independent packages. I'm just thinking if they are independent, maybe each one could have its own stage build. You can copy from each, then some layers will be cached somewhat. Right, you could. For this project and the size that it's at, it's probably not worthwhile. Like that is like overhead that this doesn't need. But yeah, I could imagine first and foremost, if we're going to do that, probably what I would do is I would use the private npm registry, or maybe if they're useful things that I wanted to open source, I could publish them to npm. JS, but do that way to like have compiled packages, because GitHub does have so many windows. Here we go. Makes sense. Always trying to optimize them a lot. Yeah. I would probably use the GitHub packages to push the npm package first, and then consume from that. Because then each of the packages would have like all of their dependencies would be resolved as part of the package. Well, is that true? I don't know. Trade-offs there in terms of things. But you're right that we could potentially have, this is the wrong file, like multiple layers where we like built each package. That could also be a thing. Okay, so I think though it's time to focus on the back end, and this, so you can see where a lot of what we were just looking at came from. So this is, I found this. Oh yeah, here we go. I found this from Vercel Next.js example, and this still kind of works as a. Let me ask you a question. You might know Docker better than I. Does this look odd to you? Shouldn't this be the other way around? Shouldn't it be like this? I don't know. Maybe it was like that originally. Maybe I messed it up. Let's see, what was the original one? Won't copy ... overwrite node modules? I mean, perhaps your local directory won't have a node modules if you're building like in a pipeline. So I guess it wouldn't matter. I guess it's fine either way. I'll leave it like that. So we don't need this because we're not using XJS anymore. Do we need to leave in the Prisma and build stuff? That's a question. Let's see, server package.json. Should make no difference. Okay. We don't even have a build script, right? Because we're just using TS node to run the server. I guess that is fine. I guess technically we could have like a build process to compile everything, but this works, so I'm tempted to just leave it as is. I think we still need the Prisma generate step though for the client bindings. I think I recall a conversation. Someone was mentioning issues with Prisma and Docker images. Maybe we should look. Oh, you don't see an after install afterwards, so it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, the install happens here in the depths layer. Yep. Builder. So a lot of this is going to go away, right? So we have runner. We don't need this anymore. I guess we'll leave the group and user. Sure. We don't need any of that. Are we server.js? Is that set to port 3000? Yes. Okay. Wait. Oh, it says localhost 3000, but it's just listening on 3000. Okay. Except it's not in node server.js. I guess we're running npm run start. I guess you could just have it npm start, but same diff. From builder copy. Don't we want to just copy app to dot? I noticed that this Docker file seems to be pushing development dependencies into the production stage, though, in case that's not desirable. That's fair. I think... Let's take a look. Yeah, CI. Yep. Yeah, our dev dependencies here are just the types. That's a good question. npm help CI. What is... Oh, and it opens a website. Remember when running help with a command would just show you things in the terminal? So differences between npm install and npm CI are that you have to have a package lock or npm shrink wrap. Haven't seen one of those in a while. Oh yeah, maybe you might be right. Maybe I'm just doing it the wrong way. Oh yeah, look at that. But this doesn't tell you anything about. It's just a clean installer project. I think to have it to do it where it's not installing dev dependencies, you want to omit dev. Yeah. Or there used to be a different way of doing that. But anyway, I'm not bothered right now. It'll be fine. And technically, like TS node and stuff, I might. Let's see, in the top level package JSON, what are our dev dependencies? Yeah, so like TS node here is the dev dependency, but the way that we're gonna do npm run start is gonna run TS node to run the server. So going down that path would involve actually adding a build step for the server package, and we'd do npm run build, which would like compile all the TypeScript to JavaScript, and then we could just like have node run the server. But this is probably gonna work and we'll be fine. Maybe. Let's try running, let's try building it. Backend. So how's your morning been going, Brainless Society? I think I didn't ask that already. I did this for him. If yarn.lock exists, then yarn install production frozen lock files. Yep, omit dev. Yep. I think that would break what we're doing right now if we were to do the last day of vacation. Right. So back to work tomorrow, huh? All right, well, it built. Let's do this. So let's go find the backlog. I'll put a thing in here to revisit using omit dev for server backend, just so we don't forget. Yeah, that's right. However, I did two separate stages for him, one for production dependencies and one for dev dependencies. Right. So that like you could do you do like with the dev dependencies to do like the build step, and then you have a separate stage where you then take the built assets the dist or the output, and then you use that to then run the server, right? That's how I imagine that would work. We're gonna skip that step for now. So theoretically, we have a back end, we have a front end. Now we just got to put them together. So previously, I was using this web app image to be able to parameterize which image we're using. I think I'm gonna ditch that for now. We're gonna use ghcr.io. We're gonna do that. So we're just gonna use the latest image, and then we're gonna do this. We're gonna call this front end. We're also gonna call this front end instead of proxy. And we're gonna call this back end. And then what is this gonna break? Web app should be back end, web app. It's also referenced there. Anywhere else? Okay, good. Yeah, basically, yes, you have two final stages, one for development, which copies the dev dependencies, and the production one. Makes sense, yeah. Okay, so all right. So the front end. Does the front end need to know anything? Like, do we need? No, we don't need any environment variables or anything. I think this will just work. Maybe. Like the environment details for the backend shouldn't have changed. The front end needs to still be able to be on the front end network that the backend is also connected to. Whereas the database is on this backend network that only the backend is connected to. So I think this part, that's it, except we don't need this line anymore. nginx.conf is already in the image. We're still going to provide the certs and the certbot stuff via volumes that are defined. External for the certs because there's a folder on the server that has that. And certbot, which is shared with the certbot service. Yeah, which is just it's a let's encrypt thing. So this should all be good. Hopefully. So next things. Okay, so we don't need web app image anymore, so we're gonna get rid of that. So we don't have that environment variable defined anymore. And I think that's all we need to do here. Not really. So we're using Docker Compose stop, and we're telling the web app to stop. Can you give it? I don't want to tell like everything to stop. Can you let's see, Docker Compose stop help service ... So I think we can do front end, back end. Do I like this? Not really. What I want to eventually do is use Docker Swarm. That's kind of a next step, because that would allow us to like cycle containers. I think in a way that would allow us to have no downtime, like updates for a lot of things, deploys. But for now, this is gonna at least work. And leaves, yeah, Swarm is nice. I have used it once, IRL, for like a real thing, and that was a number of years ago. Used it for a freelance project in the past, yeah. I am usually, when I do Docker stuff in production these days, it's like on Elastic Container Service on AWS, which is, different. Okay, so I don't think we need image name anymore. We're just referencing it here, passing that to generate like the thing that we just removed, the web app image tag, whatever it was. So I think we're not using that, and I don't think we're using, I guess we're using that environment variable there. So we'll do that. We'll remove this. Now, what this is going to do, it's going to repeat these steps for both of the Docker files. Also, this is wrong because it's missing saving, I believe. I still haven't used that service. ECS. One day I need to get familiar with that, and also K8s. Yeah, I've not used Kubernetes. I was going to look it up at one point, and then other things came up. But yeah, ECS is, instead of having a Docker Compose file, you have you have a cluster, and you have a like a task definition, which can have multiple services in it. And then in some ways it's very similar to having like a Docker Compose file, where you can specify environments and image and other settings like that, but different. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so we want the steps for this matrix strategy. We want the steps to only be the ones that involve actually building the Docker files. So like once we are actually ready to do the deploy, we want a separate step, separate job for that. Right. Okay, are you happy with that? I think this will work, right? So we're going to do these steps for both of the Docker files. Maybe this will work. And then the deploy job after that, I think... Hold on. Is there something we need to do to say that this depends on the other one? Maybe that. And this is going to essentially SSH, or it's going to set up SSH so that we can rsync and SSH to prod. And we'll sync our infrastructure folder over, mainly just to sync the Docker Compose file now. And then we'll cd into it and run the deploy script, which cycles our services. So I think this might actually work. If nothing else, no one is using Daily Joule now, so it's okay if I just break everything. All right, I guess we can go ahead and hold on. Is there any other? So I changed one thing from web app to backend. Okay, this is just saying the backend container. Let's be consistent. Anything referring to proxy? Okay, that's fine. Good. Because I renamed those services in the Docker Compose. I want to make sure we're not missing any dangling references. backend container and Docker compose setup. All right, well, let's do a deploy. I just got to remember how to do that. Ship it. Yep. Well, let me open the pull request. Setup. All right. So we are going to go to releases. There we go. Draft a new release. We're going to call this VOD 0.3.0, I guess. And we're going to grab that commit branch name, rather. We're going to call this, what have I been doing for releases? New deployment test without Next.js. That's what this is about, right? And this is a pre-release. Generate release notes. Fancy. So if we publish this, we trigger an action. Now, excellent. So we're going to build the front end image here. And maybe it'll work. And while that's happening, the backend image is also being built. Now, the hope is going to be that we end up with two packages in GitHub container registry. And then this will trigger the deploy. We can leave this on right too. There we go. Fancy. The thing I couldn't remember that I was kind of hesitant about here was that would it use the GitHub Actions workflow from the branch? Which apparently it does. I think that might be a config option. Maybe? Or maybe that has to do with whether it'll do that or not for forks. Yeah, here we go. So if this was if I wanted to be able to have forks to also run workflows, yep. Anyway, okay, one completed. So over in packages, all right, we got the old package for Next.js. Are these deletable? Package settings. Okay, we can delete the package. We'll do that at some point. So we get a back end and we get a front end. And we failed to deploy. So, change the error, home runner work, daily jewel, infrastructure failed. Whoops. Interesting. Okay, so deploy.sh. Wait, no. No, this is the rsync. So this is in here. Nice. Yeah, I already made it through my 2 shots. And that's all I allow myself in the morning. And then more after lunch. Okay, so why is this erroring? So we tried to run rsync. Change the error. Home runner work daily joule infrastructure failed. Why is it doubled? Like, it's not SSH user. SSH user should just be daily joule, I think. Like, this has to pertain to this part, right? Is there something else we need to do as a step in the deploy job? Now that it's a separate thing from here? Do we need to check out repository again? Perhaps we do. Try checking repo in second deploy job. I don't know. I don't know that I've ever made a GitHub Actions workflow that had multiple jobs like this. No, I definitely have before. But maybe it was like copying and pasting. Something that worked from someone else. Okay, so I guess we're... No, we can't do that. So we're just gonna make a new one. .3.1. Perfect. And so if we go back to workflows. Oh wait, what is this? Oh, this is just the pull for, okay, I don't care about that. I'm confused. You know what? I have a workflow dispatch event trigger. Oh wait, but no, that could work. Let's try this. So we're gonna do, oh, I think I selected the wrong branch when I made this release. That's what it was. Yeah. Bye-bye, release. Yeah, I selected the wrong branch. That's my mistake. And I've forgotten and just remembered we can manually invoke this workflow. So we have workflow dispatch as a trigger for this. So we can run this directly, right? So we just need to select the right branch name, which we're on new deploy, not deploy tests. That was an old one. Never tried GitHub Actions, only GitLabs. I don't think I've ever used GitLab. I've heard about it some. So there's a bunch of different things you can do for basically the thing in GitHub Actions is you have workflows. And so you can have like a YAML file checked into a repository. So I have released that YAML here. and you can have a description, various different settings, a bunch of different settings. Well, some settings. And different kinds of triggers. It's pretty neat. Also open source and not Microsoft owned. Yeah. I have mixed feelings about Microsoft, but that aside, I'm going to run this workflow. There we go. And then we can see the jobs. As you can tell, I'm not a fan of Microsoft. That's fair. Microsoft has... it's a big company. It's got a lot of history. And... I don't know that it makes... Why would you be a fan of a company? But no, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. I've never purchased an Apple product. I felt that a lot of things that, at least the last time I looked, there were a lot of developer unfriendly things in the Apple ecosystem. So I just completely steered clear of that. Overpriced for what they offer, yeah. All right. Well, I think both image builds worked last time, so presumably that was going to work. Again, let's see if deploy works. Have I used Portainer? I have Portainer running on my LAN server right now, presumably. I have actually a bunch of things that I haven't used in like a year that I've set up, and like Node-RED and Portainer and Pi-hole and turn that speaker off. All right, so it looks like we're pulling. So we SSH'd into the server. What all do I have? So I have Home Assistant. What is that? That's Portainer. And then, no, that's Portainer. What is that then? Pi-hole, and then Octoprint for my 3D printer. A bunch of services that I've been not paying attention to for a while. If my memory serves me well, I used to deploy either by command line on the server or by Portainer. Yeah. Actually, I think... Did we have Portainer on this? The one time I used Docker Swarm, I think we had. Someone had set that up. It was kind of a collaboration because technically someone else was responsible for like the infrastructure side of things. But I did a lot of prodding to make it better than... Can I talk about this? Yeah. I was working somewhere where Node.js services were being deployed as Windows, not scheduled jobs, but like Windows services with manual deploy steps. All right, so we deployed, maybe. So if we go to dailyjoule.app, how broken is it? Can we log in? Yeah, it was fine. Except that no one knew how to really deploy to it properly, or what was deployed where or when. There were issues, but we got through it. Is this safe to show on stream? Sure. This part's not because it shows my two-factor code, so I'm gonna move that off. And get over here. I mean, I guess technically it doesn't matter because you would have to somehow already know my credentials and then have that in the same time window that the code was still valid. But why risk it? All right, there we go. Authorize, taking notes. All right, so we could log in. And I'm pretty sure I have this set up right now to have like effectively a whitelist. So random people can't just, because the sign-in process is also the sign-up process. But I'm pretty sure that's locked down. Let me double check really quick now that I've already deployed it. How does this work? Discord passport strategy, authentication. Yeah, so I have a list of whitelisted users. And then if you're not in that list when you try to create your account on sign in, it throws an error, which prevents it from checking to see if there's an account and then creating it if it doesn't exist. Correct. Yeah, if you go to dailyjoule.app, here, I'll put it on the, there you go. You should see something like this, or like this, so bright, and there will be a login button, and it'll take you to Discord to auth, and it should throw some kind of error. So now that I'm logged in, I can go to the diary. Okay, I feel like that's not right. Okay, this looks like a Next.js thing. Did we not? Okay. Did we not actually deploy? Wait. What's going on here? Run SSH. Let's find out what's going on here. Let's see. Oh yeah, let's cd home. Infrastructure. Docker compose.yaml. Okay, so new one. Docker compose ps. Let's make some more screen real estate here. Yeah. Well, an error, but I think right now maybe we have not actually deployed. Yeah, see, look, up 6 weeks, unhealthy. Give me a second. Let's do Docker compose down. Excellent. Now Docker compose up-d. I think we just need to do this fully the first time because we didn't have those services. So it tried to take down the services that didn't exist yet, front end and back end. So right now, why are we seeing underscore next? Let's see, storage, application. We don't have any surface workers. That's good. There was an error on the terminal. Oh no. Oh. Driver failed. Programming external connectivity on endpoint. Front end. Port is already allocated. Ah. Okay. Docker. Wait. OSPS. Why are these services? Oh. I see. So the issue is that the Docker Compose file no longer lists those services. So Docker Compose down is not going to take them down. I changed the name of the services. I shouldn't have changed the name of the services in one go. I should have updated what the services were and then... Okay, whatever. We'll overcome. There we go. So... Does this work now? Yes. You can run this command with remove. If I could type, remove orphans. All right, all right. Yay! We did it. So what's going on here? Okay, we disable cache. We hit the front page. We get a response. Can we see raw? So we see daily Joule, cross origin assets index.js. Okay, and then we tried to hit this, and said it was text plain, content length. Is the issue just the MIME type? Yeah, that looks right. Okay, so we have an Nginx configs issue. Probably figure that out, huh? All right, so Nginx. Looking at the clock, though, I realized that it's about halfway into the stream, and that means it's time for me to take a little break, restore blood circulation. Perfect timing for the bot to chime in. Anyway, I'm going to take a little break, stretch my legs, refill my water, all that stuff. When we come back, we'll figure out how to fix the MIME type on the content. And whatever else is broken, we'll get this website working again. So, BRB, just a couple minutes. And I have returned. Interesting. Okay, I think it's the scene transition, maybe, that's muting the music. There we go. Okay. Well, anyway, back to it. Are we doing something here? Thank you, thank you. Are we doing something here that's preventing the, let's see, fix MIME types? Copilot, do you know how to fix this? It's thinking. I see it thinking down here. Well, that's an option. Do I want to do that? No. Let's see. Nginx MIME types. I think there's like, isn't there a default configuration Hold on. Nginx, Docker. Let's look at the official image. I think there's just something that we're missing in the config that's supposed to pull that in. Can we take a look at the source for this? Here we go. So a bunch of stuff happens. And then it copies some things and Docker entry point. Interesting. I was wondering if there was like a maybe there's not a default. Looking through my Discord connection history, I see window, some other city 3 days ago. That might not be ideal. That might be concerning. Connection history. What does that show? I don't know that I've ever seen a Discord connection history. Oh, I can't look at that right now because I'm in streamer mode. Anyway, might want to check up on that. What was he doing? Is there, I feel like maybe there is a setting that we're missing. Can we, that reminds me. Okay, let's go over to Docker Desktop really quick. So we built some images. We have front end and back end. What do you mean created 2 months ago? 2 months ago, 7 minutes ago. Seems kind of odd. Is this the one I want to look at? Let's see here. Nope. Nginx. That one. Yeah, might be an issue in there. Device detection likely, but disconnected every device and changing the password just in case. Yeah, might be a good idea. Just to play it safe. Can we what tag are we using also for the Dockerfile front end? We are using latest. Okay. I don't see a latest. Okay, maybe it's the top one. I just wanted to take a look inside of the image. See what's in there. Can we... I don't actually run it. Okay. Remember how to do stuff again. Here we go. Docker. Run nginx ti bin bash. Other way around. Or before this? Yes. Okay. Docker entry point.d is not empty while it's empty perform configuration. Looking for shell scripts. Things happen. And then it runs whatever. So when we set up our config, we put it inside of ATC Nginx. Anything already in there? Yeah. Okay. That's not gonna work. Default. I'm looking for the thing that tells it to use mime.types, right? Maybe it should be in nginx.conf and we overwrite it by adding our own. There it is. Do we even have a default HTTP section in our config? All right, things done. What are up to? I'm still. So what I did was I ran the Nginx image just with Bash running locally, interactively, to figure out what was inside of it, to figure out what we're messing with, and figure out what I'm missing here. So what I did was I copied this out of the default Nginx config, and we were missing this bit. Probably take this stuff too, just for thoroughness. All right, so let's see. What do we already have here? Let's see, send file on. We already had access log. I don't think we want to do that. In fact, I'm gonna leave those things out. That's fine. We'll just do this. And that should fix it so that when we serve JavaScript, it comes back with the right MIME type. So, fix nginx MIME type config issue. All right, let's try another deploy as soon as this gets synced. Come on, there we go. And back to here, back to the action. I'll just manually run it again from our new deploy branch. Run. Why not test it locally for simplicity before triggering the pipeline? That's a good question. I think the way it's set up right now, it will fail if you don't set it up with the right... here, let's take a look. So in this file, actually, that I have open right now, this requires that this... well, this is fine. This will work even without the certbot directory having anything in it. But our TLS/SSL certs are supposed to be in this location, but these are provided via mount point that's set up in the Docker Compose. Yeah. So I don't think like running the container by itself locally without having this mounted, Nginx won't even start. Which presented a bit of a chicken and the egg problem when I was first getting this set up with certbot, because you need to have the server running to serve this well-known Acme challenge thing for certbot and for Let's Encrypt. think that maybe having that configured locally might be ideal. Yeah, maybe. You could probably set up something. Yep. Yeah, an override. Yeah, that's an option. We could also have a thing included in the image that provides these that are just like dummy ones. Like not the real certs. Maybe like self-signed, expiring in 100 years certs stuff in the image, and then that could be overridden on deploy. That could also be an option. But we deployed anyway, so... oh, I closed. So let's go to dailyjoule.app. And... corrupted content, it says. Did we actually deploy? Well, let me close that. Get that out of the way. It thought we did. Yeah. No pending migrations. Front end pulling, back end pulling. Starting. Huh. But then you'll be polluting the image. I think that bind mount might be a better approach. What do you mean by pollute? So we're on the server. Let's just see what's going on here. Restarting. Okay, so something failed to start in the back end. And... huh. Missing script start. Oh. wait. And Docker file that backend. We need to be in server. Yeah, server package.json. Yep. Whoops. Fix server. Backend. Docker start. Adding extra information which is not really needed outside the scope of development. Yes and no. So I would say that there was a circumstance in which case in which it would have been really helpful to have a placeholder TLS cert to allow the production config to be deployed when we didn't have the real cert yet, which was when I was initially deploying this the first time around, when I was trying to get it deployed and I didn't have the certs yet. That I needed the service deployed to be verified. So that's at least one circumstance in which case in which it would be helpful to have a dummy cert there. Although, of course, I could have put the cert in place on the server and have it overlay, which is, have the fake cert do that, or a temporary self-signed cert, whatever, so that the service could start without it. I don't know. If the container needs a file to be present to start, is it better to ship a placeholder file in the place in the image where it will look to be overridden with the real production file later? Is that better or worse than having an image that just can't start on its own without having to add additional mounted volumes. Okay, so that change fixed the issue. Oh, I see. Okay. Too many things, too many tabs. Let's deploy again. So can we see the size of packages here? You think it's I think it is better to allow it to fail, otherwise might give a false sense of safety that the service was running when in fact it was using a non-prod cert. Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah. So an example of something that violates that, I think, right now is the Postgres image, where if it's not properly configured, it will create a database. Like if we omitted this line, that would be bad. I mean, not like data loss bad, although imagine deploying something into prod and then you just start using it, but it's in a well, they wouldn't be able to. Well, I guess users could sign up, which would be transparent for. Oh, that would be annoying. You have to merge it back together, restitch the new data with the old, or something. I don't know. Let's not think about that. Yeah, I think this just proves your point, right? So what we should really do is we should make a derivative image that strips out the ability, like because there's scripting on the entry point for the Postgres image. That's like, oh, create the database, yada yada yada. So we could probably make a, yeah, might be worth doing. Or, I mean, honestly, like if this was going to be a real product with lots of users, I would be tempted to do something like move this into ECS, and maybe use like Amazon Aurora Postgres, maybe, or maybe some other offering. That's just the one that I'm most familiar with of late. Anyway, can we see how big the image is from here? Probably not, but we should be able to from the server, right? Docker images. So backend is 719 megabytes. Do we think that's a lot? Is there a way to let's see, Docker image show size of layers? You're just thinking that? Yeah. Cool. Oh. Yeah, install dive. I could do that. That is an option. We well, sort of. It's here. Let me make a little bit more space. Let me run that again with a little bit more space. No, that didn't help. It's very wide. Okay, so am I gonna be able to see sizes of things? So that's that, right? Copy app was 543 megabytes. What do we do before that? I was thinking about the wait, hold on. Let me just look at the Docker file. Okay, right. So when we add let's see. Docker entry point node work there envy production add user copy app to dot. Build kit. Why is that using -- no trunk without being provided? Oh, hey, look. That's a little easier to read. What is no trunk supposed to do? No truncate. Yes. I just copied and pasted the answer from Stack Overflow. That's what you do. If you... Anyway. So, why are we using Next.js? Wait, hold on. Am I looking at the right image? Surely I am, right? 025. This one, right? Daily Drill backend. I guess I'd left in user. Oh, we should change that. I guess we'll call it Node.js as the user as well. Okay. So anyway, npm start port 3000 expose user copy. So it's this, right? The beauty of the tool I mentioned, dive, is that you can inspect each file that was added, modified, removed in each layer, allowing you to optimize nicely. Okay. I will Google that really quick so I can have a tab to look at it later. Googling dive is not helpful. There we go. Dive Docker. All right. Yeah, so it seems like where did we go here? 543 megabytes is us copying app to dot, which corresponds to this. So how much of that is Prisma generate? Is the thing I was kind of thinking about. Is there a way to... I guess there's not really a way to tell here, is there? You have a theory? Go on. Do I? I have a Docker ignore. Yes. How does that affect your theory? Also, did we deploy the thing? Is it doing the thing? Interesting. What is so heavy that it's making it 500 megabytes? Well, I have a theory. I just don't have a good way of testing it quite yet. Let's do this. We can just build this locally, right? We were doing that before, right? Let's see. In this terminal, maybe? Maybe. The fact it took 11 seconds to copy might be informative. So what was the command that we were running on the server? Docker history. All right, so we see something similar here, 545 megabytes. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. I think yeah. Oh yeah, inside the Docker image. Yeah, we can try that next. Does this change the outcome? Maybe not. It helps if I use the new image. So this is before and this is after. So that was like 30 megabytes. Okay, never mind. Someone was saying that the like the Prisma binding stuff was really big, but okay. Hey, look, it's the same image. Okay, Docker run -ti this bin bash. Guess again. From base as runner. Base Alpine. How do we Docker run help? How do we override the entry point? It's Alpine. Oh, it's SH. Is it? Oh, that was the deal. Yep. This is pretty close to what you said, but I'll try d-d-1-h. There you go. 264K. Oh, this is in server. Hold on, let's go up to actually where we copied everything into. There we go. 756 megabytes. Node modules. Because we're not doing the thing you suggested. Which was to have a separate, like, because this is essentially shipping all of the dependencies. No, because we're installing that inside of the image. And in fact, we don't have anything set up right now to like bundle the backends, like the server runtime. So yeah, this makes sense. Now, do we need all 750 megabytes of node modules? Yep, there is an install preview to this stuff. Yep. But that's why. Node modules. Now we can fix that. But on the other hand, at least for right now, it's not breaking things. Although there are things that are broken, we should probably figure out why. Question though, do you need node modules? Isn't there distribution? It is not. There is not. There is no build step for the server. So there are two containers. There are two containers. There are two images. There's one for the front end and one for the back end. So the front end is just a dist folder, and that's why we're like copying that into an image based off of the Nginx image. But for the back end, there is no build step. There is no build process. We are right now, and it's not good. It's not good, but it will work. Is we are, we're using TS Node to run the TypeScript code for the backend, so that we don't have to write anything to deal with a build process yet. I was thinking about this earlier. One of the nice things about just having everything as Docker images that can be shipped and deployed is that, there's a lot of flexibility around both where we're deploying this stuff to, whether it's just on a server with Docker Compose or K8s or whatever. And there's also flexibility in terms of like what we're putting into the image for the services. And so it'll get addressed at some point. Maybe. But for right now, why? So still text plain. Did the deploy happen? Did services get updated? I think that's what I was going to look at. Docker Compose PS. So the backend is restarting. That's concerning. We should figure that out. The front end has been up for 14 minutes. Do we... Okay, so what we're doing in the deploy script is what are we doing in the deploy script? Let's run through that. What do the logs say? That's a good question. So right now we're doing Docker Compose stop, front end, back end. Yeah, let's look at the logs first before I do this. Compose logs, back end. Oh, right. So this is the thing that I fixed that I've not deployed yet. Not that. Well, might as well ship that while we're looking at it. Fix username to not be Next.js. Right. So I was wondering if there was a change that I had made that I had not deployed yet. So that's what's going on with the backend. Is just that we're running the wrong, or we're not in the right directory to run npm start. So let's trigger another build. So that'll happen. And so my other question is, are we... is the deploy doing the right thing, right? So like we are doing Docker Compose pull to pull the latest images. We're doing Docker Compose stop for front end and back end, and then we're doing Docker Compose up-d front end and back end, which should bring the services back up, and they should be using the latest because they're set up in Docker Compose to use latest, right? So this should cause the services to be updated. an alternative to stop and up could be something like Docker Compose up-d force recreate. Docker Compose up. Recreate containers even if their configuration and image haven't changed. Yeah, that's an option. What we had before was we had this, we had an environment variable, so that we were using that to determine the tag to use. That way that wouldn't be necessary. But now that we have multiple images, I guess theoretically both could be tagged with the same thing, and we could do the same thing. I might do that at some point. Have the deploy script get past the tag, and we'll pass it in. Yeah, it acts similar to if we start sending it, and then, yep. I guess the question is, will this work though? Like if we had front end and back end running at this point, and there have been changes, like the latest tag now points somewhere else, points to a different image, and we pull, and then we stop the services, and then we up-d, will that use the new image? Is it the same? or will the thing I closed that we were just talking about, force recreate, work? Yeah, stop and up won't up. Well, if, all right, the container. Okay, so what we're saying is, so the service defined in Docker Compose refers to this image. Now, if I've pulled, what this image refers to is different than the image that was used for the container tied to the service that I've stopped and started. But you're saying it's going to ignore that fact and restart the container, or it's going to start the container again. Interesting. If that's the case, if I changed the tag though on the image and then did stop and up-d, would that also keep the existing container, or would it create a new one? I mean, I'm mostly sure, but have a small doubt that using a registry, it should keep the SHA of the image that's used the previous one. Okay. Interesting. That would suggest that, let's look at the docs really quick. Let's see. So there's Docker Compose RM. Remove stop service containers. Let's see. Stop. Yeah, I might do that. Let's see. So up. -d runs in a detached mode, runs containers in the background, builds, recreates, starts, and attaches to containers for a service. Yeah. If there are existing containers for a service and the service's configuration or image was changed after the container's creation, Docker Compose up picks up the latest changes by stopping and recreating the containers. So when it says the service's configuration or image was changed, what does that actually mean? Does it mean the literal text here? Or does it mean the SHA of the image being referred to by this? Yeah, it is ambiguous. I think, though, there's no reason not to do this. And I think you already said that, but you don't need to do stop. Yeah, that builds, recreate, starts, and attaches. If picks up the changes by stopping and recreating the containers, preserving mounted volumes. Okay, so this should be good. I think it won't do the pull, though. We still have to do the pull, right? Okay, so by now, the build has happened. The deploys happened. But what we should see here is that yeah, so let's try running that command. The restarting is bad, though. Logs backend. Huh. Do you inspect before? Well, I probably should have. Yep. I mean, we're... let's see, I need to do PS. Inspect. Lots of stuff. Yeah, it's unhealthy. Didn't I, hold on. So... oh yeah, image. Latest. Or is that another image? Oh, there we go. 2CAFEB. Yep. And, I mean, it should be the same. CAFEB. Okay. Yep. Good. So why is this failing? Missing script start in infrastructure backend. Seems odd. So Docker file backend, npm run start workdir app server. Okay, so inside of server, we have a package.json, and we have a start script. From base as runner. From base, okay, node 18 Alpine. Uh, 18 Alpine. There's an entry point. Why is there an entry point? Okay, we exec. Okay. I mean, I guess we could just... Let's test this locally, right? Docker images. It's one of these, right? Well, I guess we should, let's run build again. Let's build a fresh image. This image should be effectively what we were trying to deploy. So Docker run ti, some of that, bin sh, and see we're an app server. Npm run, wait, no, that's package.json. Start. See, this works. I mean, it fails because reasons. Because there's no node modules. Okay, I think probably this is a sign that maybe we should do the thing we were talking about, where we actually have a build process for the backend rather than relying on TS Node. Okay. Let's close some things down here. Is at least the front end? Okay, we're still getting text plain as content type for some reason. What's up with that? We're seeing traffic. I mean, there are logs, just like activity. That's what I was just looking at. So include, so this should make it work. Right, so what I had done before, Docker run ti nginx bin bash etc nginx mime.types. That's what we're including. And this is what's going to say .js files are JavaScript. There it is. Among other things. And we see that in the nginx.conf that we're overwriting. There's an example in here with server settings. Okay. Might just have to Google it. Assuming, you know, let's do this. Docker ps docker run ti. Let's grab the back end, or no, sorry, the front end. That's the wrong thing. We want this. We'll just make our own bin bash. Why is there a 0-1 there? There we go. etc nginx. nginx.conf, and we should see our own. This is out of date. Where's ours? Where's the updated one? Did we build the front end? Which one of these is the front end? This is the back end. I guess it's the other one. Build and push Docker image. Wait. No, this is right. Maybe. Yes. Nginx. Copy .infrastructure nginx.conf to there. Okay. Why? Oh. So. Right. All these deploys that we've been doing. When I've been manually invoking the deploy, it does not tag those images with latest. That only happens when we do an actual release, I guess. So these things are getting tagged with new deploy. That's what's going on. So yeah, if we latest, if we replace that with new deploy, this will get overridden the next time we do a deploy. There we go. Oh, hey, look. A bunch of layers that we didn't have. Yeah, using env. Yeah, I did. I had that. I had that in the Docker Compose. No, the one in infrastructure. When it was just one image, I was taking the whole image name as an environment variable and passing that in, and I removed that because it was like, well, I don't know what exactly I want to do. But yeah, so what we should do, in fact, let's do that next. So in deploy, no, I mean, yeah, probably there too. But in what's the name of the workflow file? Release. Yeah. So we have that. I think it's this Docker metadata output version. If we do this. Yes. And then export tag equals that. Let's be more specific. Docker tag. Oh yeah, Oh, and then have yeah, I like that. I'm gonna copy that. So that would be this. Is it colon dash? Latest. This does something special, right? Colon dash versus just colon. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Colon dash. I mean, you can definitely do just colon without the dash. Yeah, I know. But I think there's a slightly different behavior if you do colon dash. Docker compose default in var. I forget. Like, that's not even a Docker thing. That's coming from, there's some underlying library, because you do that in other places as well. Shell variable interpolation defaults. Shell variable interpolation default. Yeah. What does it mean? I must know. Colon dash to use default value, to assign a default value. Maybe there, it does need to be dash. What am I thinking of? There's definitely something where you could do this without the dash. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, anyway, we'll do this so that deploys will work in the future, because we'll take the tag as the first argument to deploy.sh, and we'll pass that via our GitHub action. But for right now, we are going to manually prod it. There we go. And maybe, just maybe, we'll have a website again. Hey, we have a website again. And this one is not actually Next.js. For real this time. I guess we can try logging in. Bad gateway. Whoopsie. Maybe the backend isn't up. Or is failing for some other reason. Probably for the thing that we saw. All right. Yep. Progress. At least you can hit the front page. Now we got to solve the backend issues, which means we need a real build process for that. So that's fine. Let's commit this. So we're going to pass Docker tag to deploy, and what else did we do? Use force recreate. There we go. All right. So how are we going to build a like a backend, like a server.js that has like everything in it, a bundle, if you will? That's a question. Right. So we have. Let's take a look at what we have. So right now we have an entry point that is this server.ts. I mean, we could just run TSC, although I think right now TSC is set to no omit. A thing that I've used in the past would be, especially if we want just like a single JS file that has everything bundled, which would be kind of convenient and would allow us to have maybe a smaller shipped image. ES build. That's the thing, right? Maybe. Server npm save dev es build. I don't think I've ever like done this on a project like this. I've used ES build in the context of shipping AWS Lambdas, but that was using the AWS Cloud Development Kit, where there's like a baked-in thing that you just point it to where your TypeScript entry point handler is, and it does ES build behind the scenes to build a bundle to ship for the Lambda. There are probably other things out there we could use as well, but this is the first thing that came to mind. So we'll just try something out here. We'll do server.ts. We're inside the server folder, and we'll just do an out.js. All right. Oh yeah, there we go. I am trying to bundle for Node. Helpful error messages. All right, we have a 10 megabyte JavaScript file. Okay. There we go. That's cute. It's port 3000. Well, we're not serving it, right? Right, this is the backend. This is just sitting in an image. I do think we have some issues with the front end assets, that some stuff needs to be code split because we were getting some errors from vite. Yeah. So no, fortunately, we're not making anyone download a 10 megabyte JavaScript file. Okay, so but I think this might work if we just run node out.js. We could test to see how it'll behave. Right. So let's do this. Okay, so now we're not inside of a package that has type module. All right, server started. It complains that their environment variable is missing. Seems normal. Okay, we have a thing. We have a thing that could potentially work for us. So now we just need to update our Docker file for the backend to employ this process. Yeah. So as part of the builder, we're going to run that command that I copied from the website. I'll just repeat the same process. We're going to workdir app server. We're going to esbuild server.ts. It was platform, right? Platform equals node. We'll just put it into dist out.js. We'll see if that works. Also, there we go. And then in here, we only need copy server dist out.js to dot. And then we don't have that anymore, and we just run node server or out. Maybe. Let's try running. Let's try building this. From base as runner. Good. So our final image should be much less than 700 megabytes. ESBuild not found. Probably because we're in the wrong node modules.bin ESBuild. Right. How do I want to do this? So I think I put ESBuild here in the dev dependencies inside a server. If I put it in the package JSON at the top level, need to run npm install again to update the lock file. And then can I do this? And then we'll copy from dist out. Let's see if this works. $40 seconds to npm install everything from scratch. All right, here we go. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? Okay. So, could not resolve express session. Could not resolve passport. Okay. So I think these are specifically dependencies that are okay. So the issue here, I think, is that we copy node modules. Wait. Right, so this is the same thing that we ran in with the front end, where we're trying to copy package JSON and then npm install. I think we just have to do the same thing that we did in the front end, where we do this. To ensure that we install all of the packages that may be pulled in. And then in front end, I guess that could work. Okay, so let's try that again. Of course, we have to wait another 40 seconds, maybe a lot, actually longer, now that we have the other package JSONs that were not available before. About the same amount of time, a little bit longer. 42, 43, 44 seconds this time. Now, will it work? Who knows? There was a little warning, but it ate it. Okay, so maybe this works. Docker run -ti thing. This should give us some errors about environment variables again. Looks good. All right, so what changed? Oh, right. Let's look at the something that might be nice to have, but likely not required at this stage. If I saw correctly, you are creating the same node modules for both the front end and back end. That could be its own image. Thus, use that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, we could probably set up something to do that in like probably what we want to do in the GitHub action, wherever that file is let's see, workflow, there we go, release, is we'd probably build that image first and push it, and then we could refer to that image in the other two images. Yeah. Let's I'll put it on the list of things. Share Docker image for dependencies. FUD. Okay. What was I gonna check? Oh yeah. So Docker is it inspect? No. Is it inspect? What was the command? Or is it history? It's history for the image, right? History? 11 megabytes. Alternatively, a single Docker file with stages for backend and front end, and use target for the build. Yeah, inspect. Yeah, I guess inspects. We also saw in the history kind of some good signs, but we'll look at inspect. Container config size. Is that 186 megabytes? It's a lot better than 700 and something. Yeah, 186 versus 720. Nah, no worries. Yeah, I wanted to see our progress on, because the bundling using ES build, that effectively will look at what our code is actually depending on, like what it's importing or requiring, and it will exclude it'll take what's in node modules, grab what we actually use, and bundle it into one file with our code. So that obviously that cut out like 500 and something, whatever the difference between these two numbers is, megabytes. Bundle backends. All right. So now if we do the same deploy process, this time around, it should actually deploy the tag. Build and push to release, run workflow, branch. Do deploy is the branch that we've been working in today. We'll run the workflow and we'll see, does it all work together? I have a ton of emails about builds not passing, because apparently I have it set to email me every time that happens. Alright, fingers crossed. Maybe this time we'll have a front end and a back end that work. That'd be grand. Oh, we can expand it. There we go. We can see the steps. All right, this is talking about the environment in GitHub. So GitHub has the idea of environments, and right now for this setup I just have a production environment. Otherwise, when I click that workflow, I could actually, a thing you can do is actually have additional inputs to your workflows indicating like which environments to deploy to, which you could then use to have logic here to control what server to talk to, I guess. All right, so that happened. And we refresh. Maybe it looks like we've regressed. So maybe the part that's using the tag is not working. Let's get back on the server. Let's look at Docker Compose. So it's supposed to be using Docker tag if provided. Did we? I think we maybe missed something in the Docker Compose file, or no, in deploy.sh actually. Like we exported Docker tag, but maybe ran deploy, Docker metadata output version. Let's look at the actions history. So deploy to production server. So we did run that. Would that be an empty string? Maybe. It shouldn't be. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is because of how we're running this. Let's see. Where is Docker metadata output version coming from? It's just magic. I mean, it's coming from env, but where is that coming from? Maybe we don't have that anymore. Oh, maybe... Like, I bet it's this Docker metadata action. Huh. Yeah, it might be an empty string. Because we're not seeing that environment variable in the second job. Environment variables. So outputs are available. So output version is this. So is there a way to get... let's see. So GitHub Actions. GitHub Actions, Git job output. Okay, so we can define outputs for the first job. like that. Yeah. Steps.meta. Hey, look, meta. Outputs version. Yep. And so that gives us an output. And then in the environment variable, we can read from the first job. Right, so then we would... Yep. Yep. So we do that, and that would provide us the environment variable. Maybe. Let's... There we go. Let's... I mean, I could go onto the server and change things to make it work, but let's just let's address the this too. Fix something. Fix route output of Docker tag from build to deploy jobs. Something. Okay. Let us do it again. New deploy. Yes, food is required. It's getting near lunchtime for me too. I do want to see this work today though. Keep at it for a little bit longer. Oh yeah, we can click that. There we go. see. Let's see. So this job has 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. I'm trying to figure out what the do the segments mean anything here? Is this actually indicating progress, or is it fake? Because I don't see how we have 7 steps. I see 4. Oh, there are 7. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, because the last 3 are cleanup. Okay. Deploy starts. Maybe this will work. Looks like we're pulling images, so that's a good sign. Right. Okay, so Daily Jewel. Okay, so assets are returned. Okay, 800 KB is what our index JavaScript file is, which could be better. Okay, login, I clicked. That is unfortunate. 502 back gateway. Why? Okay. Yes. So we need... This is likely caused by a bundling step, which leads to schema.prisma not being copied near the resulting bundle. Looks like they're collecting information about bundling issues. Okay. So I think that just means we need to copy the Prisma schema into the right place, wherever that is, as part of our thing, right? So we need to like copy Prisma schema alongside of what do we think? Is it Prisma / something? It is. Okay. Okay, this could work. Ship Prisma folder in backend image. That might be enough. All right, deploy again. If I had other environments to deploy to, if I was working on this more, if this was a real product, etc., etc. One thing that's really nice to do is to have like an environment to deploy into that you can have it like auto deploy a select pull request, right? Like you could have a auto deploy this to dev label. And then every time you push to it, it triggers the workflow to deploy to an environment designated for that purpose. Can you tell I really like deploying stuff? It's all the time, more and more, as often as possible. is lunch gonna be? I don't know. Ooh, ice cream. I thought you said food required. All right, deploy happening. Let's see it. At least this part's fast. So the last issue was specifically that we were getting an error that the Prisma schema wasn't found in the server logs. Prisma client could not find its schema.prisma. This is likely caused by a bundling step. Hey, we just added a bundling step. I'm not going to answer their questions, but I did add another copy to the backend runner. So hopefully that will fix things. Nope. Still 502. Let's see. What's the log? So let's see here. Docker compose ps. Created 57 seconds ago. It's a good sign. But restarting because of this error. So Prisma client could not find its schema.prisma. How does it look for that? So like right now, we have a schema.prisma. I thought we did. What is it called? Schema. It is schema.prisma, but there's nothing that refers to that file. Okay. It's this thing. Prisma schema.prisma. So how does it know to look there? I feel like maybe there was something in package.json. Nope. Top level one. There's some seed options. I mean, if we hold on, let's see. We can. I think I had a command. Hold on. Let's make a little bit more space here. Come on, a little bit more space. So not latest and not front end. Backend :new deploy. Right. Okay. So we have an out.js and we have a Prisma. ls Prisma. So we have a schema.prisma there, and we have an out.js. So why doesn't it find the okay, so let's just let's see, JS bundle Prisma schema. Hey, look, module bundlers reference. Prisma client is not only based on JavaScript, it also relies on the query engine binary file. You need to make sure that your bundled code has access to the binary file. This sounds familiar. Maybe a dumb idea, but what if you copy the out.js into the Prisma folder and run it from there? Well, I think that's not the issue. The issue is not this. This seems to be saying the issue is not about the schema file. It's about this query engine binary file. So I think what we need to do is maybe look at ES builds. Anyone talking about this? Prisma with the CDK using AWS Lambda Node.js should be relevant since that uses ESBuild. Yes. So ESBuild, there are options to tell it not to bundle certain things. Output location, out dir. Yeah. Okay. Node paths now. Optimization. Bundling for node. Exclude all of your dependencies from the bundle by setting packages to external. What if I wanted to have specific things to be excluded from the build? Rebuild platform bundle, serve watch, packages, setting, yeah, external instead of this setting, okay, external colon, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to local, shell. I'm gonna go find that command. Oh, it's gone. Okay, so we'll grab it from this file. Let's test this out. Are we running that inside of? Okay, from the top level. So this is what we're doing right now. And that gives us a 10 megabyte out file. If we did external colon, is that right? And then these things. External colon Prisma. Okay. Can we do out dir? What does that do? Okay, that gives us a dist server.js. Yeah, we were effectively doing that already. And then Prisma generate is interesting. What is that supposed to be doing? So we do that already as well. Right. But if we do that, that means we need to manually install those things into the server. Yeah, we could do that. Let me grab the resulting command. That part. Gonna do that, and then server.js. But what we can do is we can take. Can we just do that? Yes. So we'll just take everything that's in dist. Yeah, and then we can do run npm install. Yeah. I guess it does save by default, doesn't it? Does it? Yes. Prisma. So this will ensure that we have node modules for Prisma Client and Prisma. And then we yeah, that looks maybe right. Let's try building that and seeing how that goes. Okay, ES build worked. Okay. So what does that, what does the inside of that container look like? So we have, why do we also have an out.js? Oh, because that's in our local dist folder from before. We can't even see that, can we? It's hidden. Okay, whatever, doesn't matter. But shouldn't there be a node modules here? No, because this is generating to dist, but we need to be inside of dist. Or we could just, yeah, we'll just copy the node modules. No, we don't want to do that. No, we want to work there app dist. We want to install those node modules inside of app dist. Also dist. Cool. And that's gone. Let's try building again. So this will just have a node modules folder inside of dist with Prisma clients and Prisma. And then we'll try this. Make sure we like what we see in here. That didn't work. Okay. Why didn't npm install? Okay, we're gonna do something different. I'm gonna do that. I think the issue is maybe because we're doing npm install inside of a folder that's inside of app. Maybe that's what's going on there. See how it likes that. All right, we got a new image. All right. Hey, look, we got a node modules. All right, let's see if this fixes our issues. Don't bundle Prisma. Ship it separately. There we go. Back to our workflow, and we'll run this again. Build 46 coming up. How many have we done today? We started at 37. So we're... okay, that's not that many. This is our 10th. So we have some other pull requests that are outstanding. All right, so we've addressed this one already because we bumped this version in our PR, and then Dependabot opened a couple other things for us. I saw this React Redux minor version bump, but it doesn't seem like it's really relevant. It's to do with being able to safely import inside of React server components. We're not using that anyway. And then a type update, so. At least we're doing the image builds in parallel. Of course, there is duplicate work. Probably a lot of the time it's just running npm install in both. So if we did have a shared image, that would be... it wouldn't save us time. I guess it would save me money if we hit the limit of the included actions minutes. Which I don't think I'm anywhere near at this point. Although if I was doing this, what I've been doing on stream every day, maybe I would be. All right, so we are deployed. Is it still a bad gateway? Yes. Well, please run Prisma generate and try to import it again. Okay, so we are not doing things in the right order. Well, that is a good sign. So I think we needed to run that twice. We need to run it before we do the build to ensure that the client bindings are available for the code that uses it. Otherwise, things are going to fail. And then... at least I think that's true. Let's try this. Does this work if we don't do that in that order? That's something we can verify locally by just running the build process. Okay. Okay, so this requires there be a package.json apparently. cheat. Missing script Prisma. Oh, right. MPA. Okay, right. So I guess that's fine. Ta-da! All right. So what does that container look like? So we got a package.json in here too. Okay. So presumably that's what's in node modules, and some bin and some other stuff. Okay. That's let's see, Docker images. All right, so we went from 186 megabytes to 238 megabytes. So a little bit of an increase. I can see. Yeah, I think that was, several weeks ago. Someone was telling me about issues with deploying Prisma, including in Lambda, including it in a Lambda, which actually was the article, or the article was also about that I had pulled up earlier. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. Anyway, this is gonna hopefully fix us. Fix Prisma generate issue. Ship it. What do we think the odds are that's gonna work this time? We're gonna find out in about 2.5 minutes. So there are a number of things on the backlog that are in my up and next category for Daily Jewel. Some things that need to get done here in the next month. What's that? Popcorn? All right. And then some other things that are things that I want to do, things that if I want to actually ever allow other users to use, I need to have. Things that now that we have Postgres, we can actually do, like full text search, bugs and various things. This is excluding, so this is the, and then I have 58 items in the icebox of things that, you know, random ideas I've had. Oh yeah, like switch back into Rust. Probably not going to do that. Maybe. But anyway. So there's still stuff to do, but I think we're kind of approaching a milestone in that the friend that I've been telling that we're going to have this and we can use instead of other things and whatnot. You know, it's been waiting on getting this deployed somewhere, so it's not just running on my computer. And if we can actually get this deploy working, try again. That was a very quick return the first time, so it's thinking. Maybe the service is actually in the process of restarting right now. Let's go look at the logs. But I did. 13 seconds ago. Prisma client did not initialize yet. Please run Prisma generate and try to import it again. 504 gateway timeout. That's different. Interesting. Well, I felt like we had done that. Like whatever it's doing, it's generating, it's doing inside a dist, and then we're copying dist to the working directory. Oh, this is redundant also. That doesn't need to be there. Prisma generate. Here's someone sharing their setup. Can we reproduce this locally? Is that that's not the most recent one. Okay, so if we run node server.js, we're gonna get some errors. Yep. But we can set base URL. Does that work? No. Yes, okay. Export, next, auth, secret file, Discord, client, secret file, export, Discord, client, ID, oops, export, Postgres, user. Obviously none of this stuff is gonna actually work. But maybe I can make it get a little bit further and we can see what the error is. If we can get far enough to try to talk to the database. Perfect. Nope, not allowed to create a file. Hold on, I can cheat. Yeah. Base URL needs to be a valid URL, apparently, for some reason. Can't imagine why. Alright. There. Excellent. We can reproduce the error. Prisma client did not initialize yet. Please run Prisma generate. Pretty sure I already did that. MBX. Well, this is not going to work here. Oh, I guess it did. So, what did that do? Excellent. Okay, so whatever we just did made it work. So why didn't it work? Idea, remove the second generate from the build process. Create an entry point. Well, there's only one generate now. Well, that's not true. There is another generate, but it's not related to the service. The one that exists in deploy.sh is outside of Docker. Oh wait, that doesn't exist here anymore either. Oh no, there's a Prisma migrate. Anyway, that doesn't matter. There were two, right? There was another one up here, but I removed it because it's not needed. We don't need that to do the bundling. But apparently this doesn't do anything either. Which is what I don't understand, right? So if we're inside of dist here, whatever this is doing, I mean, we just did the same thing. We ran npx prisma generate, right? In app, but app is just whatever's in dist, right? Because we copied dist. If you have an idea, but require dive. Yeah, I still have that tab. Windows, download the latest release. So the thing, excuse you, I didn't want to put that there. So the thing that would be to see what files were modified on that particular layer. Maybe there's something else that needs to be copied. Yeah, I get it. All right. So. Apparently I have to give it an image. I'm gonna figure this out. All right, so we got a thing. There's a lot of stuff going on here. I see. All right, so this. I see. Okay, so green is what it added. Right. How do I find? I have to get out of here, right? And then look at that. Try doing build with the target. Okay. I will do that next. I'm just taking this in. So this is the part that was added to the step, right? So all of the stuff inside of Prisma. And then tab gets us there. Okay, and then we're copying dist. And so that got us all the node module stuff. Oh, hey, look. .bin Prisma links to .Prisma build. That might be why. Control U. Yeah. Okay. That was that. So lots of things, but I already see what the issue is. So it's revealed itself to me. So what's happening here is that what we need to do is we need to copy server Prisma to dist. Wait, no. Wait. Copy. How does this work again? This is from... Yeah, okay. Yeah, so this should work. And then we do this and we do this. And then we don't need this step. And this will fix it. What's happening is then when we run npx Prisma generate, it adds stuff into Prisma inside of dist. But then we were copying dist and then we were overriding Prisma with app Prisma. Yeah. Nope, I did that wrong. Server Prisma. Is it not server Prisma? It's just top level, isn't it? Okay. Then we just do that, right? Yep. I think this is gonna work. And then I'm not gonna go through and recreate all those environment variables. But if we look here in Prisma, if we look at everything, wait. No, I did that wrong. It should have been like this. Yes. Try again. How's my... Okay, I'm not out of disk space yet. Little trick. You can pass just the 3 initial characters of the SHA to the command. Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not copying the whole thing. I know that you can use a shorter version. I just, I don't know. I mean, you need to pass more than one, man. Alright, so now we have a Prisma folder, and inside the Prisma folder is not what I'm expecting. Like, shouldn't there be... So if we do npx generate, Prisma generate. See, it does that. Okay, it doesn't add anything there. Okay. Okay, can I, still going to be faster than deploying and finding out something else is wrong. I should... You know what I should do? Just in case we have to do this again, which is going to ensure that this is never going to have to be done again, is make a file that has all these things, and then we can just copy paste it. load it, what I could do is I could get a Docker Compose file. Yeah. Yeah, that is also an option, but instead I've done this. And it works. Okay, so I think we fixed it. Fix Prisma setup for backend. See, once you go out of your way to make a thing, to make it easier to do it in the future, then naturally it'll just work. All right, so new deploy. It is a tool. I mean, it seemed pretty intuitive. Like I didn't see anything about like how to switch between the two sides, but tab worked. Yeah, it's all right. Feels like it's something that should be like in. I spent too long on Windows. I was gonna say in Docker Desktop, but it's funny. It's even back. I guess it's been a few years now, but you know, my daily driver PC for work and play was a Linux PC, and I was definitely a command line first person, and having like a cursive style interface like that was you know, normal. But it's just been a while since I've used a tool like that. I really enjoy it as I tend to do many stages to hide secrets and minimize size. Sure. It'll be a tool in my toolbox, although I definitely don't. I don't do as much Docker stuff as I used to anymore. But projects like this bring it back to the forefront. So do we think it's going to work? Let's find out. Yay, a different kind of error. We got a different kind of error. Amazing. Something new. There it is. Get API auth Discord. Yeah. So, this is just an issue with Nginx, because what we're doing is we are basically taking this request and passing it on. We're forwarding it to the backend, and we are forwarding it with the full URL. And I think we need to strip off the API off the front of it. If we look at server here, I think the endpoints are all like auth Discord, auth whatever. So it doesn't know about API. So that should be easy to do. We need to do something to strip API off the request. Move API. Ta-da! Does that look right? I think that's right. It says match. I guess I could look at the docs for Nginx. regex URL flag in server. What about on location? Can we do it inside of location? Maybe. Shall we just try it? Strip API from backend requests. Nope, that's the wrong branch. I made that mistake already once today. New deploy is the branch that we're working out of. All right. No worries. Did we? Oh, there it is. Let's go. Okay, so I was saying something before 5-10 minutes ago, I don't know. I think I mentioned a couple times, probably sometime soon it'll be time to take a break from working on this app, and I actually have a couple of ideas for like some things to do, working on some Java code for mods for Minecraft, because I think that would be fun to do. Kind of dovetails into all the time I spend on stream playing modded Minecraft. So that might be a combination of like, maybe the first streams will be like getting things set up and making like anything, making the smallest possible mod, just to like do that. I also I found a couple of issues that might be fun to look at, and some ideas for like mods for other mods, that sort of thing. So some stuff that we could do on stream. Not a fan of either Minecraft nor Java. It's not my favorite language, although I have had some fun times with Clojure running on the JVM. Yes, it's very verbose. In fact, that would be a fun thing to figure out how to do modded Minecraft dev with Clojure, especially for someone that comes from Python, right? All right, does it work? All right, it redirected to Discord. Invalid redirect URI. That makes sense. So we're trying to redirect to dailyjoule.app auth callback Discord, and we've not set that up yet. So that I could do right now. Maybe. Let's see, history, Discord, dev. There it is, Discord developer portal. And this is not secret, so so this used to be. Oh wait, where is it trying to redirect to? Auth callback Discord. Is that gonna work? Or does that need to be API auth callback Discord? Well, we'll try it. All right. Auth callback Discord. All right. Oops. No, I still did something wrong. What did I do wrong here? HTTPS. I didn't have the www. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. Worked the second time. So if we refresh, authorize, it's going to redirect, and yeah, 4495. So we have an issue with the setting for the redirect, wherever that is. No. Also, we can close this now. We don't need that. Hopefully. Docker compose. I think I was saying before. Oh yeah, we don't need to make any changes here. Everything's good. So wait. Docker compose. Base URL. Where is the redirect URL coming from for Discord? Redirect. Is it in our authentication.js? Somewhere in here. Base URL. Auth callback Discord. So I think the base URL here needs to be /API for the backend. This is something we could really check really quickly on the server though. Let's see, Docker compose.yaml. Let's see, env. Actually, it's safer to do. Whoops. Docker tag. No, okay. Export Docker tag equals. What is the branch? New deploy, right. New deploy. And I was just going to add API to the end of that. And then we have a command here somewhere in my history. Manifest unknown. New deploy. Also, you know, Java's not as bad as it used to be. Faint praise. I've recently had an opportunity to do a little bit of Java elsewhere. And it's still not my favorite language, but it's a little bit better. But it would be really cool to see if we could do like make a mod with Clojure. All right, we logged in. We can go to the diary. We can go to settings. I can add meal names. Let's say 7. And lunch right now. And dinner. And then if we go back to the diary, we can search for ginger cube. I usually prefer to prefix the environment variable to the commands in case you want to test the normal build later. No need to unset it. Yep. Okay, so this also dark mode is we can. Oh, I see. The modal is slightly transparent, and the text really shows through here. It looks very weird. But yeah, show all results. This will hit the Open Food Facts DB and pull data. There we go. I don't have any goals, so we'll just do that. We'll save serving size. There we go. And it's not there. And it's gone. Whoops. All right, we got some bugs. But hey, I mean, I think that's understandable considering we basically did a rewrite of this, switching away from Next.js. There we go. That looks a lot better in light mode, unfortunately. I wish the dark mode looked nicer. Okay, so that is going to be more than enough for today. I don't know if we're going to come back to this app next week, or if it's going to be looking at something else. I do have another web app project, which is an idea for streaming related things. So for instance, this screen right here is actually a little vite front end app. And so I have some other things that I want to do with this, and some kind of more like a front end for me as well, for like doing stream stuff. So maybe we could work on that. TBD. We've got a whole week to figure that out. And just put off the decision to the last minute. But anyway, thanks so much for watching and hanging out, Brainless Society. And yeah, it's going to be it for today, because I have to eat. Yeah, so thanks, you as well. Maybe I'll see you, well, you know what I mean, but maybe you'll be at the next Oni stream on Friday, since you said you're not a fan of Minecraft. Probably won't see you at the other 2 streams this week. But yeah, thanks again for hanging out, and until next time, take care. Bye bye.